What if gentle footsteps through honeystone lanes could carry weary souls to the heart of England's most tranquil dreams, where mist and memory dance as one? Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you wandering through England's sleepy countryside, I'd love to know. Where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a history lover, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The mist clings to the Cotswolds like a lover's whisper, soft and persistent, threading through valleys that have known the footfalls of Romans, Saxons, and countless dreamers who sought solace in these rolling hills. In the early morning hours of 1923, when the world still moves at the pace of horse hooves and handwritten letters, the village of Chipping Marsden sleeps beneath a blanket of fog so delicate it seems spun from moonbeams and memory. The cobblestones glisten with dew, each stone a silent witness to centuries of gentle commerce. Wool merchants who built fortunes from fleece, their honey-coloured limestone houses standing like sentinels against time itself. The mist curls around these ancient walls, and if you listen closely you might hear the phantom clip-clop of pack horses, their bells chiming soft melodies that even the fog cannot muffle. Thomas Hartwell steps from his cottage door, breathing in air so clean it tastes of wild thyme and morning prayers. His weathered hands, stained permanently with ink from decades of letter writing for the village, adjust the wool scarf his late wife Millicent knitted during their final winter together. The scarf carries her memory like incense, warm, comforting, and tinged with the faintest hint of a lavender from her garden sachets. The village streets wind before him like a gentle maze, designed not by grand architects but by the practical wisdom of farmers and merchants who understood that the shortest distance between 2 points is often the least interesting. Thomas has walked these paths for 73 years, yet this morning feels different, as if the mist has transformed familiar corners into something altogether more magical. A barn owl calls from somewhere in the white silence, its voice a soft, hollow note that seems to beckon him forward. The sound drifts and fades, then comes again, drawing him deeper into the village's misty embrace. His footsteps echo gently against the stone walls, a rhythmic whisper that joins the symphony of dripping eaves and distant sheep bells. The Cotswolds have always been England's quiet secret, a landscape where prosperity grew as slowly and surely as the lichen on ancient church walls. Here, in villages like Chipping Marsden, wealth came not from conquest or industry, but from the simple miracle of wool, the golden fleece that made English merchants the envy of Europe. The very stones beneath Thomas's feet were quarried and shaped by hands made wealthy from sheep's backs, their honey-coloured limestone a testament to prosperity built on patience rather than haste. He pauses at the corner where Mill Lane meets the High Street, watching the mist swirl around the old market cross. The medieval stone stands weathered but proud, its carving softened by centuries of rain and wind into something more felt than seen. During the wool boom of the 14th and 15th centuries, this cross would have been surrounded by traders speaking a dozen languages, their voices mingling with the bleating of sheep and the jingle of coins changing hands. Now, in the quiet dawn of 1923, the cross stands alone in its pool of mist, a patient guardian keeping watch over a village that has learned to find its riches in simpler pleasures. The taste of fresh bread, the warmth of a well-tended fire, the gentle gossip shared over garden fences heavy with climbing roses. Thomas continues his stroll, his walking stick tapping a gentle rhythm against the cobblestones. The stick itself is a piece of local history, carved from ashwood that grew in these hills, its handle worn smooth by the grip of 3 generations. His grandfather had carried it through these same streets when Victoria was young, and the world moved to the rhythm of church bells and seasonal festivals. The mist parts before him like a curtain being drawn. revealing the village green where a weathered oak tree spreads its branches in benediction over the sleeping grass. This tree, older than memory, has witnessed the ebb and flow of English rural life, harvest festivals and May Day celebrations, the reading of royal proclamations and the quiet farewells to sons bound for distant wars. Thomas settles onto the worn wooden bench beneath the oak's protective canopy, feeling the cool moisture of the mist settle on his cheeks like gentle kisses. From here, he can see the entire heart of Chipping Marsden, the grey stone church with its Norman tower, the row of thatched cottages that lean against each other like old friends sharing secrets, the inn where travellers have found shelter since Chaucer's time. The village embodies everything that made the Cotswolds prosperous. Not the frantic energy of London's factories, but the steady accumulation of small contentments. These communities grew wealthy because they understood that true prosperity comes from the marriage of hard work and patience, of individual skill and collective wisdom. The wool merchants who built these honeystone houses weren't just buying and selling fleece. They were weaving together the threads of community that would sustain their children and their children's children. A church bell chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice floating through the mist like a prayer made audible. The sound has rung out from that same tower for 600 years, calling generations to worship, to celebration, to the simple acknowledgement that time passes but some things endure. Thomas closes his eyes and lets the reverberations wash over him, feeling connected to all the souls who have sat in this same spot, watching the same mist dance around the same ancient stones. The fog begins to shift and eddy, responding to some imperceptible change in the morning air. Through its gauzy curtain, Thomas glimpses the bakery where Mrs. Henderson has already begun her daily ritual of bread making. The golden glow from her windows cuts through the mist like a lighthouse beam, promising warmth and sustenance to anyone wise enough to follow their nose to her door. The scent reaches him. Yeast and flour transformed by fire into something that transcends mere sustenance. It's the smell of home, of community, of the simple miracle that happens when human hands shape the earth's gifts into nourishment for both body and soul. In the Cotswolds, such everyday miracles have sustained communities through plague and prosperity, through the rise and fall of kings, through the great turning of the centuries. Thomas rises from his bench, drawn by both the promise of fresh bread and the gentle insistence of the owl's call, which seems to come from deeper in the village now. The mist swirls around him as he walks, sometimes thick enough to muffle his footsteps completely, sometimes thin as gossamer, revealing glimpses of hidden gardens where roses climb over ancient walls and herb gardens release their fragrances into the morning air. He passes the old walled church, its walls built from the tithes of medieval merchants who understood that earthly prosperity meant nothing without spiritual foundation. The stained glass windows glow softly through the mist, their colours muted but warm, like memories viewed through the gentle filter of time. Saints and angels peer out from behind the fog, their painted faces serene with the wisdom of ages. The church represents everything the Cotswold wool merchants achieved, not just individual wealth, but the creation of something that would outlast their own brief time on earth. They built not just for themselves, but for generations yet unborn, understanding that true legacy comes from what we give to our communities, not what we take from them. Thomas's footsteps echo against the churchyard wall, where moss-covered headstones lean at gentle angles, their inscriptions worn smooth by weather and time. Here lie the bones of farmers and merchants, of mothers and children, of all the quiet souls who found their happiness in this valley of mist and memory. Their names may be fading, but their presence lingers in every stone, every tree, every breath of morning air. The owl calls again, closer now, its voice seeming to come from the direction of the old mill. Thomas follows the sound, his stick tapping against cobblestones that grow more uneven as he leaves the village centre. These older paths wind between cottage gardens, where late roses still bloom despite the approaching winter, their petals heavy with dew and dreams. The mist grows thicker here, transforming the familiar into something wonderfully mysterious. Garden gates emerge from the white silence like portals to secret worlds, their iron latches beaded with moisture that catches what little light filters through the fog. Behind each gate, Thomas glimpses fragments of private paradise, espaliered fruit trees trained against honeystone walls, herb gardens where sage and rosemary release their ancient fragrances, kitchen gardens where cabbages and leeks stand in neat rows like patient soldiers waiting for harvest. These gardens represent the heart of Cotswold prosperity, not the grand estates of nobility, but the careful cultivation of small plots by hands that understood the soil's moods and seasons. Here, wealth was measured not in gold but in the abundance of simple pleasures, a table laden with homegrown vegetables, a larder stocked with preserved fruits, a garden that provided both beauty and sustenance to its tender. The path curves gently downward, following the natural contours of the land toward the mill stream. Thomas can hear the water before he sees it, a gentle murmur that speaks of countless mornings like this one, when the mist rises from the stream's surface like the breath of sleeping water spirits. The sound draws him forward, promising the kind of peace that comes from the marriage of water and time. A wooden bridge emerges from the mist, its planks dark with age and moisture. Thomas pauses at its centre, listening to the stream flow beneath his feet. This water has turned mill wheels for 8 centuries, grinding grain for bread that sustained these communities through lean years and abundant harvests alike. The mill itself stands silent now, its great wheel still, but the stream continues its eternal conversation with the stones, speaking in tongues older than human memory. The mist swirls above the water's surface, creating shapes that form and dissolve like thoughts just beyond the edge of consciousness. Thomas watches, mesmerized by the dance of vapour and light, feeling his own thoughts slow to match the stream's gentle rhythm. Here, in this cocoon of fog and flowing water, time seems to bend and soften, allowing past and present to mingle like mist and memory. He thinks of Millicent, of the morning walks they shared through these same streets, when their hair was dark and their steps quick with youth's impatience. She had loved these misty mornings, had claimed they made the village look like illustrations from her favourite fairy tales. "It's as if we're walking through a dream," she would whisper, her hand warm in his, her eyes bright with wonder that never dimmed despite 70 years of marriage. The owl calls once more, its voice floating across the water like a bridge between worlds. Thomas looks up to see the great bird perched on a willow branch that droops into the stream, its feathers silver grey in the mist, its eyes deep with ancient wisdom. For a moment, bird and man regard each other in perfect stillness, 2 creatures sharing the peace of early morning and the secret language of solitude. The owl speaks again, a soft, hollow note that seems to carry within it all the stories of the night, of mice safely hidden in warm nests, of cats padding silently through gardens, of lovers walking hand in hand beneath stars invisible through the mist. Then, with a whisper of wings, it lifts into the white air and disappears, leaving only the memory of its presence and the echo of its call. Thomas continues across the bridge, following the path that winds toward the old mill. The building looms out of the mist like a gentle giant, its stone walls dark with age and moisture, its windows reflecting the pale light in a way that makes them seem like sleepy eyes just beginning to wake. The great wheel stands motionless, draped in fog like a monument to the marriage of human ingenuity and natural power. This mill represents everything that made the Cotswolds prosperous: the transformation of raw materials into something more valuable, the harnessing of natural forces for human benefit, the creation of wealth through patient labour rather than sudden speculation. For centuries, farmers brought their grain here to be ground into flour, paying the miller his portion, but taking home the staff of life that sustained their families through winter's lean months. The miller's house stands adjacent to the mill, its windows glowing softly through the mist with the warm light of early morning activity. Thomas can smell wood smoke from its chimney, can almost taste the porridge and fresh bread that await the family's awakening. This is prosperity as the Cotswolds understood it, not the grand display of wealth, but the quiet accumulation of comfort, security, and the simple pleasures that make life worth living. He settles onto a wooden bench beside the mill pond, watching the mist swirl above the dark water. Ducks paddle quietly near the reeds, their movements creating gentle ripples that catch and scatter what little light filters through the fog. Their soft quacking adds to the morning symphony. Water murmuring over stones, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, the distant sound of a church bell marking another quarter hour in the endless procession of time. The pond reflects the sky like a mirror made of pewter, its surface disturbed only by the ducks and the occasional rise of a fish seeking breakfast among the water insects. Thomas remembers fishing here as a boy, standing patiently with a rod his father carved from hazel wood, learning the lessons that only patient water can teach, that the best things come to those who wait, that stillness often yields more than frantic activity, that sometimes the greatest pleasure lies not in the catching, but in the quiet hoping. A robin alights on the bench beside him, its red breast bright even in the muted light of the misty morning. The bird regards him with one bright eye, then begins to sing, a liquid melody that seems to crystallize the peace of the moment into something pure and eternal. The song rises and falls like the mist itself, now clear and strong, now soft as a whisper, weaving through the morning air like a golden thread connecting earth to sky. Thomas sits perfectly still, not wanting to disturb this small miracle of trust. The robin continues its song, apparently unafraid of his presence, perhaps recognizing in his stillness a kindred appreciation for the morning's gentle magic. Bird and man share the bench like old friends, companions in the simple pleasure of being alive on this soft morning, when the world seems wrapped in cotton wool and dreams. The mist begins to thin slightly, revealing more of the mill pond surface, where lily pads float like green plates set for some fairy banquet. Water striders dance across the surface tension, their delicate steps creating tiny ripples that spread in ever-widening circles, each one a small reminder of how the smallest actions can have far-reaching effects. In the Cotswolds, this truth was understood in every aspect of life. A kind word creating ripples of goodwill, a well-tended garden inspiring neighbours to greater beauty, a prosperous mill providing work and sustenance that strengthened the entire community. The church bell chimes the half-hour, its bronze voice floating across the water like a blessing made audible. The sound seems to awaken the village gradually. A rooster crows from somewhere beyond the mist. A dog barks once and settles back into silence. The faint sound of footsteps echoes from cobblestones invisible in the fog. Chipping Marsden is stirring gently to life, like a sleeping beauty responding to morning's gentle kiss. Thomas rises from his bench, his movement causing the robin to flutter to a nearby willow branch, where it continues its liquid song. The owl's call comes again, fainter now but still clear, seeming to lead him back toward the village centre. He follows the sound, his stick tapping against the bridge planks as he crosses back over the stream, each step taking him deeper into the mist-wrapped heart of his beloved village. The path winds upward now, climbing gently toward the high street where the first early risers are beginning to appear like ghosts emerging from the white silence. Mrs. Pemberton passes him with a nod and a smile, her market basket over her arm, bound for the shops that are just beginning to stir behind their fog-shrouded windows. Her footsteps fade quickly in the mist, but her presence lingers. A reminder that even in solitude, we are part of something larger, connected by invisible threads to all the souls who share our small corner of the world. The bakery's golden glow grows brighter as Thomas approaches, its windows acting like beacons in the misty morning. Through the glass, he can see Mrs. Henderson moving about her kitchen with the practiced grace of decades, her hands shaping loaves with the same loving attention her grandmother brought to the task, and her grandmother before her. This continuity of craft represents the true wealth of the Cotswolds, knowledge passed down through generations, skills refined by countless repetitions, the accumulation of small perfections that eventually transform ordinary ingredients into something approaching the divine. The scent of baking bread grows stronger, mingling with the clean smell of mist and the faint fragrance of wood smoke from cottage chimneys. This combination of aromas speaks of home, of community, of the simple miracle that happens when human hands transform the earth's gifts into comfort and sustenance. Thomas pauses outside the bakery, letting the warmth from its windows wash over him, feeling connected to all the generations who have found their way to this same door, drawn by the same promise of warmth and nourishment. A cat appears from the mist like a small grey ghost, weaving between Thomas's legs with the shameless affection that cats reserve for those who appreciate their particular brand of wisdom. The creature's purr vibrates against his ankles, a small engine of contentment that seems to harmonise with the morning's gentle symphony. Thomas reaches down to scratch behind its ears, marvelling at how such a simple gesture can create such immediate and mutual pleasure. The cat follows him as he continues his stroll, padding silently beside him like a familiar spirit. Together, they navigate the narrow lanes where cottages lean against each other in companionable proximity, their thatched roofs dark with moisture, their gardens visible only in glimpses through the mist, a flash of late roses climbing a stone wall, the geometric pattern of a vegetable plot where winter cabbages stand in neat rows, the ghostly outline of fruit trees heavy with the season's final harvest. These gardens represent the heart of Cotswold prosperity, the understanding that true wealth comes not from what we can buy, but from what we can grow, preserve, and share. In these small plots, families cultivated more than vegetables. They nurtured the skills, the patience, and the long-term thinking that allowed their communities to thrive even in difficult times. A well-tended garden was both symbol and source of security, proof that careful planning and patient labour could transform a small plot of earth into abundance. The village green emerges once again from the mist, its ancient oak tree standing sentinel over the sleeping grass. Thomas settles back onto his favourite bench, the cat curling up at his feet with the satisfaction of a creature that has found exactly where it wants to be. From here, they watch the mist continue its slow dance around the village, now revealing a cottage window golden with candlelight, now concealing it again behind its gentle veil. The owl calls one final time, its voice floating from somewhere high in the oak tree's branches. The sound carries with it all the peace of the morning, the gentle rhythm of sleeping villages, the soft whisper of mist rising from ancient stones, the quiet confidence of communities that have learned to find their happiness in simple pleasures rather than grand ambitions. Thomas closes his eyes and lets the sound wash over him, feeling his own breathing slow to match the village's peaceful rhythm. A church bell chimes 7 o'clock, its bronze voice floating across the green like a gentle summons to the day's activities. But there is no urgency in the sound, no harsh demand for haste. This is a village that has learned the wisdom of moving at the pace of seasons rather than seconds, of measuring progress in the growth of gardens rather than the accumulation of possessions. The mist begins to lift slightly, revealing more of the village's honeystone architecture. Each building tells a story of prosperity built on patience, houses that grew wealthy room by room over generations, their limestone walls quarried from local hills and shaped by hands that understood stone as intimately as lovers understand each other's touch. The golden colour of the stone seems to trap sunlight even on misty mornings like this, giving the village a warm glow that speaks of home and hearth and the simple contentment that comes from belonging somewhere. Mrs. Henderson appears at her bakery door, wiping flour-dusted hands on her apron as she surveys the misty morning. Seeing Thomas on his bench, she waves and calls out, "Fresh loaves in 10 minutes, Mr. Hartwell. Still warm from the oven." Her voice carries easily through the still air, a sound as comforting as the bread she bakes, a reminder that even in solitude, we are surrounded by caring souls who notice our presence and take joy in our well-being. Thomas waves back, feeling the warmth of human connection cut through the morning's chill like sunshine through clouds. This is what the Cotswolds understood better than many places. that prosperity is not just about individual success, but about the web of relationships that sustain communities through good times and hard ones alike. A baker who knows her customers by name, a villager who notices when someone needs a kind word, neighbours who share their garden's surplus and their front porch conversations. These threads of connection create a fabric stronger than any individual strand. The cat at his feet begins to purr more loudly, as if responding to some feline equivalent of Mrs. Henderson's warm invitation. Thomas scratches behind its ears, marvelling at the way such simple gestures create immediate bonds of affection. Animals understand something humans sometimes forget, that the present moment, fully experienced, contains all the wealth the heart can hold. This cat has found warmth, gentle touch, and peaceful companionship, and asks for nothing more than the continuation of these simple pleasures. A delivery wagon emerges from the mist, its horse stepping carefully over the wet cobblestones, its driver bundled against the morning chill, but whistling a tune that speaks of contentment with the day's work ahead. The wagon carries milk cans from local farms, their contents destined for the tables of villagers who understand that the finest luxuries are often the simplest ones. Fresh bread still warm from the oven, milk sweet from contented cows, butter churned that morning while most of the world still slept. The horse pauses at the green, perhaps sensing the peace that emanates from the ancient oak tree, and Thomas has a moment to admire the animal's patient strength. This horse represents everything admirable about Cotswold prosperity. Reliable, hard-working, content with its role in the larger community, asking only for fair treatment and sufficient sustenance in return for honest labour. The partnership between human and animal speaks to a way of life that understood wealth as something to be shared rather than hoarded, something that grew stronger when divided among many rather than concentrated in the hands of a few. The driver tips his cap to Thomas as the wagon moves on, disappearing once again into the mist like a vision from some gentler time. But this is not a vision. This is the reality of villages like Chipping Marsden in the early 1920s, communities that had learned to find their riches in the quality of daily life rather than the quantity of possessions, in the depth of human connections rather than the height of individual ambition. More villages begin to appear from the mist, each emergence a small revelation of community life, awakening to another day. There's young Jamie Morrison, the blacksmith's apprentice, swinging his lunch pail as he heads toward the forge, where he'll spend the morning learning the ancient art of shaping iron into useful tools. His whistling adds to the morning's gentle symphony, a bright melody that speaks of youth finding purpose in honest work, of skills passed down through generations like family treasures. Behind him comes Mrs. Aldridge, the village postmistress, her satchel heavy with letters and parcels that connect Chipping Marsden to the wider world. She walks with the brisk efficiency of someone who takes her responsibilities seriously, understanding that in a village like this, the postmistress is more than just a deliverer of mail. She's a keeper of secrets, a bearer of good news and bad, a trusted soul who helps maintain the invisible threads that bind community together. The village doctor, Mr. Thornfield, appears next, his leather bag in hand, bound for a house call that will take him through lanes Thomas has just travelled. His presence speaks to another kind of prosperity the Cotswolds understood, the wealth that comes from having skilled, caring professionals who see their work not just as a means of earning a living, but as a calling to serve their neighbours' needs. In places like Chipping Marsden, prosperity was measured not just in coins, but in the security that comes from knowing help is available when needed. Thomas watches these small processions emerge from and disappear into the mist, each villager a thread in the tapestry of community life that has sustained places like this for generations. Their footsteps echo briefly against the cobblestones before being swallowed by the fog, but their presence lingers, adding to the sense of belonging that makes a collection of houses into something more, a home for the heart as well as the body. The church bell chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice now joined by the distant sound of the blacksmith's hammer beginning its daily rhythm. The forge fire has been lit. Jamie is learning to shape red-hot iron into horseshoes and hinges, continuing a craft that has anchored rural communities since humans first learned to work with metal. The sound carries through the mist like a heartbeat, steady and strong, a reminder that some kinds of work are too important to disappear, too fundamental to be replaced by the march of modern convenience. A group of schoolchildren materialise from the mist like young spirits, their voices bright with the particular enthusiasm children bring to misty mornings. They carry slate boards and lunch pails, bound for the village school where Miss Fletcher will teach them reading, writing, arithmetic, and the subtle lessons of citizenship that help maintain communities like Chipping Marsden. Their laughter echoes against the stone walls, a sound so pure and joyful that even the cat at Thomas's feet opens one eye to listen before settling back into contented sleep. These children represent the future of villages like this, young minds being shaped not just with knowledge but with values, learning not just facts and figures but the importance of treating neighbours with kindness, of taking pride in honest work, of understanding their place in the larger web of community life. In the Cotswolds, education was never just about individual advancement, but about preparing young people to become the kind of adults who would strengthen, rather than strain the social fabric. The mist swirls and eddies around the children as they pass, their voices fading but their energy lingering in the air like the echo of bells. Thomas smiles, remembering his own school days in this same village, when Miss Fletcher's predecessor taught him to read using the same books, to write with the same careful attention to penmanship, to understand that education was both a privilege and a responsibility. A milk cow lows softly from somewhere beyond the village, its voice carrying through the mist like a gentle reminder of the agricultural abundance that made prosperity possible in places like the Cotswolds. The sound speaks of pastures hidden in the fog, of barns warm with animal presence, of farmers already at work with the patient rhythms that have sustained rural life for countless generations. This cow, like the horse that pulled the milk wagon, represents the partnership between human ambition and natural abundance that created the wealth these stone villages still display. The scent of wood smoke grows stronger as more cottage chimneys join the morning chorus, each one adding its voice to the complex fragrance that speaks of hearth and home. This smoke carries with it the promise of warm kitchens where breakfast is being prepared with ingredients grown and preserved by the same hands that will serve and consume them, eggs from chickens that roam cottage gardens, bacon from pigs fattened on household scraps and grain, preserves made from fruit that grew on trees planted by grandparents who understood that true wealth accumulates slowly, like the rings in an oak tree's heart. Thomas rises from his bench, the cat flowing to its feet with feline grace, both of them drawn by the continuing call of the owl, which now seems to come from the direction of the old churchyard. They walk together through the mist, companions in the morning's gentle exploration, each step taking them deeper into the village's misty embrace, where past and present mingle like fog and memory. The churchyard gate emerges from the white silence like a portal between worlds, its iron hinges beaded with moisture that catches what little light filters through the fog. Beyond the gate, ancient headstones lean at gentle angles, their inscriptions worn smooth by centuries of weather, their moss-covered surfaces speaking of lives completed, of souls at rest beneath the protective shadow of the church spire. Thomas pushes through the gate, his footsteps muffled by the thick grass that grows between the graves. Here lie the bones of all who built this village with their labour, their love, their quiet determination to create something lasting from the simple materials life provided. Wool merchants and farmers, millers and blacksmiths, wives and mothers, children who never grew to adulthood, all rest together in the democracy of death, their individual struggles transformed into the collective peace that emanates from this sacred ground. The owl calls from somewhere among the yew trees that stand sentinel over the graves, their dark branches invisible in the mist, but their presence felt like the touch of ancient wisdom. These trees have outlived many of the humans they shelter, their longevity a reminder that some forms of life transcend the brief span of individual existence, connecting present to past to future in an unbroken chain of growth and renewal. Thomas settles onto a stone bench beside the church wall, the cat curling up at his feet with the satisfaction of a creature that has found the perfect spot for morning contemplation. From here, he can see the shapes of headstones emerging from and disappearing into the mist, each one a story, each story part of the larger narrative that is Chipping Marsden's history. He thinks of Millicent, resting now beneath a headstone carved with roses and inscribed with words from the Book of Ruth. "Whither thou goest, I will go." The phrase captures everything their marriage had been. Not just romantic love, but practical partnership. Not just personal happiness, but shared contribution to the community that sustained them both. Her grave lies just beyond the reach of his vision in the Misty churchyard, but her presence fills the morning air like the scent of her favourite lavender. A robin lands on a nearby headstone, its red breast bright even in the muted light, its liquid song adding to the morning's gentle symphony. The bird regards Thomas with one bright eye, then begins to sing with such pure joy that even the cat opens its eyes to listen. This is music without ambition, without audience except the misty air and the sleeping dead, beauty created simply for the pleasure of creation itself. The church bell chimes 8 o'clock, its bronze voice floating through the mist like a call to prayer. But Thomas is already praying in the way that quiet contemplation becomes communion with whatever force shapes misty mornings and brings robins to sing on ancient stones. His prayer needs no words, requires no formal postures. It exists in the simple act of being present to the morning's gifts, of allowing beauty to work its subtle magic on a heart that has learned to find wealth in wonder rather than worry. The mist begins to thin slightly, revealing more of the churchyard's gentle geography. Worn stone paths wind between the graves, their surfaces polished smooth by countless funeral processions, countless memorial visits, countless moments like this one when the living come to commune with the dead and find, surprisingly, that what they discover is a deeper appreciation for life itself. A blackbird calls from somewhere in the mist, its voice joining the robins in an impromptu duet that speaks of territory and courtship, and the simple joy of being alive on this soft morning when the world seems wrapped in cotton wool and dreams. The two songs weave together like voices in a church choir, each distinct yet harmonious, each beautiful alone yet more beautiful in combination. Thomas closes his eyes and lets the bird songs wash over him, feeling his own breathing slow to match the churchyard's eternal rhythm. Here, surrounded by the evidence of mortality, he finds not sadness but peace. The deep contentment that comes from understanding his place in the larger story, from knowing that his own brief chapter will someday end but that the story itself continues, written in stone and song, in misty mornings and the memories of those who loved him. The cat begins to purr, a small engine of contentment that harmonizes with the morning's gentle symphony. Thomas reaches down to stroke its fur, marvelling at how such simple touch can create such immediate bonds of affection. Animals understand what humans sometimes forget, that the present moment, fully experienced, contains all the wealth the heart can hold. A gate creaks somewhere in the mist, followed by the soft sound of footsteps on grass. The village sexton appears like a gentle ghost, his tools in hand, bound for the daily task of tending this sacred ground. He nods to Thomas with the quiet respect that marks relationships in villages like this. No need for lengthy conversation, just the simple acknowledgement of shared presence in a place that holds meaning for both. The sexton moves among the graves with practiced reverence, straightening flowers left by grieving relatives, cleaning moss from inscriptions, maintaining the peaceful order that makes this place a sanctuary rather than just a repository for the dead. His work speaks to the Cotswold understanding of prosperity, that true wealth includes not just accumulation but preservation, not just creation, but careful tending of what others have built. A church door opens with a soft creak, and the vicar emerges into the misty morning, his prayer book under his arm. bound for the early service that marks the beginning of another day in the village's spiritual life. He sees Thomas on his bench and raises a hand in greeting, a gesture that carries with it all the warmth of long friendship and shared faith in the goodness that underlies life's surface complexities. The vicar's presence speaks to another kind of prosperity the Cotswolds understood, the wealth that comes from having institutions that serve the soul as well as the body, that provide meaning as well as material comfort. The church represents continuity, connecting present struggles to eternal purposes, offering hope that transcends the limitations of individual existence. Thomas watches the vicar disappear into the mist, bound for the vestry where he will prepare for the morning service that will draw villagers together in the ancient ritual of communal worship. The thought warms him. Soon these same paths will fill with the neighbours gathering to sing together, to pray together, to affirm together the values that make community possible. The owl calls one more time, its voice floating from somewhere high in the yew trees, a sound that seems to gather all the morning's peace into one perfect note. The call lingers in the misty air, then fades, leaving behind a silence so complete it feels like a blessing. Thomas knows this is the owl's farewell, its gentle summons complete, its role as morning guide fulfilled. He rises from the stone bench, the cat flowing to its feet beside him with liquid grace. Together they make their way back through the churchyard, past headstones that emerge from and disappear into the mist like thoughts at the edge of consciousness. Each step takes them closer to the village centre, where the normal rhythms of daily life are beginning to assert themselves through the fog's dreamy veil. The church bell chimes the quarter hour as they reach the churchyard gate, its bronze voice now joined by other sounds of morning activity. The distant lowing of cattle being led to pasture, the cheerful clatter of milk pails being carried to doorsteps, the soft murmur of conversation as neighbours meet on misty lanes and share the gentle gossip that binds communities together. Thomas pauses at the gate, looking back once more at the churchyard where mist rises from ancient stones like the breath of sleeping memories. This place holds the history of his village in its peaceful embrace. Generations of farmers and merchants, of wives and mothers, of children who grew to build families of their own, all connected by the simple act of choosing to make their lives here, in this valley where prosperity grew as slowly and surely as the lichen on church walls. The cat rubs against his ankles, a gentle reminder that the present moment deserves attention too. Thomas smiles and steps through the gate, back onto the cobblestone path that will carry them toward the village green, toward the promise of fresh bread and warm conversation, toward another day in the endless succession of days that make a life. The mist swirls around them as they walk, sometimes thick enough to muffle sound completely, sometimes thin as gossamer, revealing glimpses of cottage gardens where late flowers still bloom despite the approaching winter. A climbing rose catches his eye, its final blooms pink as dawn, its petals heavy with dew that seems to capture and hold the morning's gentle light. Such beauty, offered freely to anyone wise enough to notice, reminds him why the Cotswolds have always attracted souls seeking something more than material wealth. Mrs. Pemberton emerges from the mist ahead, her market basket full of early purchases, her face bright with the satisfaction of tasks begun early and completed well. She pauses to greet Thomas, her voice warm with genuine pleasure at the encounter. "Lovely morning for a walk, isn't it, Mr. Hartwell? Though I confess the mist made me quite lose my bearings near the baker's. I turned 3 times before I found the right lane." Her laughter bubbles through the misty air like spring water over stones, a sound so genuinely delighted that even the cat purrs in response. This is the wealth of villages like Chipping Marsden. Not grand gestures or dramatic events, but the accumulation of small kindnesses, of conversations that brighten ordinary moments, of neighbours who take genuine pleasure in each other's company. The mist does seem to rearrange the village overnight, Thomas agrees, his own voice carrying the warmth that comes from speaking with someone who has shared the same streets, the same seasons, the same gentle struggles that mark rural life. "I've lived here 73 years, and I still found myself surprised by where familiar paths led this morning." Mrs. Pemberton nods knowingly, her eyes twinkling with shared understanding. Perhaps that's the mist's gift, making the familiar feel magical again, reminding us to see our home with fresh eyes. She shifts her basket to her other arm, the movement releasing the scent of fresh bread and early apples, small luxuries that speak of abundance measured not in gold but in the simple pleasures that make life sweet. They part with mutual expressions of goodwill, Mrs. Pemberton disappearing back into the mist like a benevolent spirit, her footsteps fading quickly but her warmth lingering in the morning air. Thomas continues his walk, feeling enriched by the encounter, reminded once again that true prosperity lies not in what we own, but in the quality of our connections with the souls who share our journey. The village green opens before him once more, the ancient oak tree standing sentinel over grass beaded with dew and dreams. The mist has thinned Slee, revealing more of the green's gentle geography, the worn wooden benches where generations have rested their bones and shared their stories, the memorial to local sons lost in distant wars, the subtle pathways worn by countless feet, walking countless circuits of contemplation. Thomas settles onto his favourite bench, the cat immediately claiming its place at his feet. From here, they can watch the village continue its gentle awakening. More figures emerging from cottage doors, more chimneys adding their voices to the morning's fragrant chorus, more evidence of the careful rhythms that sustain communities built on cooperation rather than competition. A horse and cart materialise from the mist, the driver calling softly to his animal, the wheels creating a gentle rumble against the cobblestones. The cart carries sacks of grain bound for the mill, where they will be transformed into flour that will become bread that will sustain families through another day. This simple procession represents everything the Cotswolds understood about prosperity, the transformation of raw materials through skilled labour into something essential for community life. The horse pauses near the green, perhaps sensing the peace that emanates from the ancient oak, and Thomas has another moment to admire the animal's patient strength. The creature's breath steams in the cool air, creating small clouds that mingle with the larger mist, a reminder that all living things contribute their own vapour to the morning's gentle symphony. A group of women appears from the direction of the market cross, their voices low but animated as they discuss the day's shopping, the week's gossip, the small dramas and celebrations that mark village life. Their conversation flows like a gentle stream, carrying news and opinions, concerns and celebrations, all the communication that keeps communities informed and connected. Thomas catches fragments of their talk as they pass. The blacksmith's new apprentice shows real promise. Mrs. Fletcher's garden produced the most beautiful squash. Young Mary Henderson is walking out with the cooper's son. Each snippet represents a thread in the tapestry of community life, proof that prosperity includes not just material comfort, but the rich social fabric that makes life meaningful. The church bell chimes 9 o'clock, its bronze voice floating through the mist like a gentle summons to Sunday worship. But this is a weekday morning, and the bell's voice serves instead as a reminder of time's passage, of the rhythms that mark not just hours but seasons, not just days but the larger cycles that govern rural life. A dog barks once from somewhere in the mist, then settles back into silence. The sound carries clearly through the still air, a brief punctuation in the morning's gentle symphony. Even the animals seem affected by the mist's magic, their usual territorial disputes muted by the fog's peaceful influence. The bakery's windows glow more brightly now as Mrs. Henderson completes her morning's work, the golden light cutting through the mist like a beacon of warmth and sustenance. The scent of fresh bread grows stronger, mingling with the clean smell of mist and the faint fragrance of wood smoke to create an olfactory symphony that speaks of home, of comfort, of the simple abundance that sustained communities like this one for centuries. Thomas rises from his bench, drawn by both hunger and the promise of human warmth that the bakery represents. The cat follows, its tail high with the confidence of a creature that knows its presence is welcome wherever kindness dwells. Together, they make their way across the green, their footsteps muffled by the grass wet with dew and dreams. The bakery door stands open despite the morning chill, releasing waves of warm air scented with yeast and flour, and the particular magic that happens when simple ingredients are transformed by fire into something approaching the divine. Mrs. Henderson looks up from her work as they approach, her face bright with the satisfaction of honest labour completed well. "Mr. Hartwell, perfect timing. The morning loaves are just out of the oven, still warm enough to melt butter without knife or effort." Her voice carries the warmth of genuine hospitality, the kind of welcome that transforms a simple transaction into a moment of human connection. "And I see you've brought your feline friend. That one knows quality when it smells it." The cat, as if understanding the compliment, winds around Mrs. Henderson's ankles with shameless affection before settling near the warm oven with the satisfaction of a creature that has found the perfect spot for a morning nap. Its purr adds a small bass note to the bakery's comfortable sounds. The tick of the wall clock, the gentle bubbling of sourdough starter, the soft conversations of early customers who understand that some pleasures are worth rising early to enjoy. Thomas selects a loaf still, warm from the oven, its crust golden brown, its surface marked with the baker's traditional cross that has blessed bread in this village for centuries. The weight of it in his hands speaks of substance, of nourishment, of the simple miracle that happens when human skill transforms grain into sustenance for both body and soul. "Your Millicent always favoured the morning loaves," Mrs. Henderson says softly, her voice carrying the gentle remembrance that marks long friendships. "Said they tasted of sunshine and hope, even on the greyest days." The words hang in the warm air like a blessing, a reminder that love leaves traces in the most ordinary places, that memory seasoned by affection can transform simple bread into something approaching the sacred. Thomas nods, feeling the truth of her words settle around his heart like warmth from the oven. Millicent had indeed loved these morning loaves, had claimed they carried the baker's care in every crumb, proof that the finest luxuries are often the simplest ones. He can almost see her standing beside him, her eyes bright with appreciation for Mrs. Henderson's skill, her hands already planning the meal she would build around this foundation of fresh bread. "She had a gift for finding magic in everyday things," he says quietly, his voice carrying the wonder that still surprises him sometimes. How absence can make presence more vivid, how memory can transform ordinary moments into treasures beyond price. I think she would have loved this misty morning. She always said the fog made the village look like illustrations from her favourite fairy tales. Mrs. Henderson smiles, her eyes soft with shared remembrance. She was right, you know. Mornings like this do feel enchanted, as if the mist could part at any moment to reveal unicorns grazing on the green, or fairy rings dancing between the headstones. She wraps the warm loaf in clean cloth, her movements gentle and reverent, understanding that bread is more than mere food. It is communion, connection, the staff of life that sustains not just bodies, but souls. A church bell chimes the quarter hour as Thomas prepares to leave, the bronze voice floating through the bakery's warm air like a blessing made audible. The sound reminds him of the eternal rhythms that govern village life. Not just the passage of hours, but the deeper cycles of season and celebration, of sorrow and joy, of the endless human story that unfolds in places like this. The cat rises from its warm spot near the oven, stretching with feline grace before flowing toward the door like liquid shadow. Its movements suggest perfect contentment with the morning's exploration, satisfaction with warmth received, and comfort found in the company of kindred spirits who understand the value of simple pleasures. Thomas steps back into the misty morning, the warm loaf cradled against his chest like a small treasure. The fog swirls around him, neither thick nor thin now, but something in between, a gentle veil that softens edges without obscuring beauty, that muffles harsh sounds without silencing joy. This is the mist at its most magical, not concealing the world but revealing it more gently, inviting contemplation rather than action, encouraging appreciation rather than acquisition. The village streets stretch before him like pages in an unwritten story, each cobblestone a word, each cottage a sentence, each garden a paragraph in the larger narrative that is Chipping Marsden's history. The mist transforms familiar corners into gentle mysteries, making even well-known paths feel like discoveries, reminding him that wonder is not a destination but a way of seeing. A robin calls from somewhere in the white silence, its liquid song adding to the morning's gentle symphony. The sound carries clearly through the still air, a melody so pure it seems to crystallize the peace of the moment into something eternal. Thomas pauses to listen, feeling his own heartbeat slow to match the bird's unhurried rhythm, understanding once again why the simplest pleasures often prove the most lasting. The cat pads beside him with complete confidence, as if it has appointed itself guardian of this morning's gentle adventure. Its presence adds to the sense of companionship that marks the best moments, not the desperate clinging to others that comes from fear of solitude, but the easy sharing of space and time that happens when souls recognize their kinship across the boundaries of species and circumstance. They pass a cottage garden, where late roses still bloom despite the approaching winter, their petals heavy with dew that catches and scatters what little light filters through the fog. The flowers offer their beauty freely to anyone wise enough to notice, asking nothing in return except the momentary attention of a heart that has learned to find wealth in wonder rather than worry. The church bell chimes 10 o'clock, its bronze voice floating through the mist like a gentle reminder of time's passage. But there is no urgency in the sound, no harsh demand for haste. This is a village that has learned the wisdom of moving at the pace of seasons rather than seconds, of measuring progress in the growth of relationships rather than the accumulation of possessions. A milk cow lows softly from somewhere beyond the village, its voice carrying through the mist like a gentle reminder of the agricultural abundance that made prosperity possible in places like the Cotswolds. The sound speaks of pastures hidden in the fog, of barns warm with animal presence, of farmers who understand that true wealth comes from partnership with natural rhythms rather than domination over them. Thomas finds himself back at the village green, the ancient oak tree emerging from the mist like a wise elder waiting to share its secrets. The bench beneath its branches calls to him, offering the kind of rest that nourishes soul as well as body. He settles onto the worn wood, the cat immediately claiming its accustomed place at his feet, both of them content to be still in this place where time seems to move more gently. From here, he can see the entire heart of Chipping Marsden, the grey stone church with its Norman tower, the row of cottages that lean against each other like old friends sharing secrets, the inn where travellers have found shelter since medieval times. Each building tells a story of prosperity built on patience, of wealth accumulated not through speculation or exploitation, but through the careful cultivation of skill, community, and the simple wisdom that true abundance comes to those who understand their place in the larger web of life. A group of children materialize from the mist, their voices bright with the particular enthusiasm children bring to mysterious mornings. They carry slate boards and lunch pails, bound for the village school where they will learn not just reading and arithmetic, but the subtle lessons of citizenship that help maintain communities like this one. Their laughter echoes against the stone walls, a sound so pure and joyful that even the mist seems to swirl more gently in response. These children represent the future of villages like Chipping Marsden, young minds being shaped not just with knowledge but with values, learning not just facts and figures, but the importance of treating neighbours with kindness, of taking pride in honest work, of understanding their place in the community that will someday depend on their stewardship. The mist continues its slow dance around the village, now revealing a cottage window golden with candlelight, now concealing it again behind its gentle veil. This dance has continued for countless mornings, will continue for countless more, a reminder that some forms of beauty are not events but processes, not destinations but journeys, not achievements, but the simple gift of being present to wonder wherever and whenever it appears. Thomas breaks off a piece of his still warm bread, savouring the taste that carries within it all the skill and care Mrs. Henderson brought to its creation. The flavour speaks of grain grown in local fields, of water drawn from village wells, of yeast cultivated with the patience that marks true craftsmanship. This is prosperity as the Cotswolds understood it. Not the grand accumulation of distant luxuries, but the careful cultivation of local abundance, the transformation of simple gifts into lasting nourishment for both body and community. A blackbird calls from somewhere in the mist, its voice joining the robins in an impromptu duet that speaks of territory and courtship, and the simple joy of being alive on this soft morning when the world seems wrapped in cotton wool and dreams. The two songs weave together like voices in a church choir, each distinct yet harmonious, each beautiful alone yet more beautiful in combination. The church bell chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice now so familiar it seems like the heartbeat of the village itself. The sound carries with it all the history of this place, the countless services where villagers gathered to mark births and deaths, marriages and harvests, the eternal human ceremonies that bind communities together across the generations. A cart rumbles past on the high street, its wheels creating a gentle percussion against the cobblestones. The driver calls softly to his horse, the words indistinct but the tone clear, the patient communication between human and animal that has sustained rural life for centuries. This partnership represents everything admirable about Cotswold prosperity, the understanding that true wealth comes from cooperation rather than domination, from working with natural forces rather than against them. Thomas closes his eyes and lets the morning's gentle symphony wash over him, the distant lowing of cattle, the soft conversations of neighbours meeting on misty lanes, the rustle of leaves responding to imperceptible breezes, the quiet breathing of a village that has learned to find its happiness in simple rhythms rather than grand ambitions. The cat begins to purr more loudly, as if responding to some feline equivalent of the peace that fills the morning air. Thomas reaches down to scratch behind its ears, marvelling at how such simple gestures create immediate bonds of affection. This cat has found warmth, gentle touch, and peaceful companionship, and asks for nothing more than the continuation of these simple pleasures. A gate creaks somewhere in the mist, followed by the soft sound of footsteps on the stone. The village appears to be awakening more fully now, though the mist continues to muffle sharp edges and soften harsh transitions. This is waking done gently, gradually, with respect for the peace that night, and fog have woven around the sleeping streets. Mrs. Aldridge, the postmistress, appears from the mist like a guardian of distant connections, her satchel heavy with letters and parcels that link Chipping Marsden to the wider world. She moves with the brisk efficiency of someone who takes her responsibilities seriously, understanding that in a village like this the post office represents more than just a business. It is a lifeline to family members in distant cities, to business partners in other counties, to all the relationships that extend beyond the boundaries of local geography. "Good morning, Mr. Hartwell," she calls, her voice warm with genuine pleasure at the encounter. "Lovely morning for contemplation, isn't it?" Though I must say the mist made my walk from the post office feel like a journey through fairyland. I half expected to meet a unicorn coming around the corner by the baker's. Her laughter bubbles through the misty air, a sound so genuinely delighted that it seems to add its own light to the morning's gentle illumination. This is the gift of villages like Chipping Marsden, neighbours who take time to share their wonder, who understand that joy multiplies when divided among friends, who know that the finest conversations often happen during chance encounters on misty mornings. I've had much the same feeling, Thomas agrees, his own voice carrying the warmth that comes from speaking with someone who shares his appreciation for the morning's magic. The fog does seem to transform familiar places into something altogether more mysterious. I found myself discovering new details in gardens I've passed 1,000 times. Mrs. Aldridge nods knowingly, shifting her heavy bag to her other shoulder. Perhaps that's what we need from time to time. A gentle reminder to see our home with fresh eyes, to find wonder in the places we know best. She gestures toward the mist that swirls around the village green, making the ancient oak tree appear and disappear like a vision from a dream. Days like this make me grateful to live somewhere that still believes in mystery. They part with mutual expressions of goodwill, Mrs. Aldridge disappearing back into the mist like a beneficent spirit, carrying connection and communication to every corner of the village. Thomas watches her go, feeling enriched by the encounter, reminded once again that prosperity includes not just material comfort, but the wealth that comes from being surrounded by souls who choose to find joy in ordinary moments. The ancient oak tree seems to grow more visible as the morning progresses, its massive trunk and spreading branches emerging from the mist like a monument to endurance. This tree has stood sentinel over the village green for centuries, witnessing the ebb and flow of human drama, the cycle of seasons and generations, the eternal human story that unfolds beneath its protective canopy. Thomas imagines all the souls who have rested in its shade, medieval pilgrims seeking shelter, Tudor merchants conducting business, Victorian families enjoying Sunday picnics, children of every generation finding joy in its strong branches and broad leaves. The tree represents continuity, connecting past to present to future in an unbroken chain of growth and renewal. A horse and rider materialize from the mist, moving at the unhurried pace that marks true leisure rather than mere transportation. The rider tips his hat to Thomas as they pass, a gesture that carries with it all the courtesy that makes village life pleasant. Horse and rider disappear back into the fog like figures from a gentle dream, but their presence lingers, adding to the sense of community that makes a collection of houses into something more precious, a home for hearts as well as bodies. The church bell chimes 11 o'clock, its bronze voice floating through the mist with the authority of centuries. The sound carries with it all the comfort of ritual, of rhythms that transcend individual lives, of the eternal human search for meaning that finds expression in bronze and stone, in gathering together, in the shared acknowledgement that some things matter more than the daily struggle for survival. A dog appears from the mist, padding across the green with the easy confidence of a creature that knows its place in the community. It pauses to investigate Thomas and the cat, its tail wagging with the shameless affection that dogs reserve for those who appreciate their particular brand of loyalty. The cat regards the canine visitor with feline dignity, neither welcoming nor rejecting its presence, simply acknowledging another soul navigating the morning's gentle mysteries. The dog settles onto the grass near the bench, apparently deciding that this gathering of peaceful creatures provides exactly the kind of company it seeks on this misty morning. Now 3 species share the space beneath the ancient oak, each contributing its own presence to the moment's quiet magic, proof that community extends beyond the boundaries of human conversation to include all beings capable of appreciating simple pleasures. A window opens somewhere in the mist, followed by the sound of someone shaking out blankets, releasing the night's dreams into the morning air. The domestic rhythm speaks of households awakening to another day's possibilities, of beds being made and fires being lit, of all the small rituals that transform houses into homes and create the foundation for larger community life. Thomas finishes his bread, savouring the last crumb that carries within it all the care and skill Mrs. Henderson brought to its creation. The taste lingers on his tongue like a benediction, a reminder that the finest luxuries are often the simplest ones, that abundance can be found in a warm loaf shared with friends, in a peaceful morning spent in contemplation, in the simple gift of being present to wonder wherever it appears. The mist begins to show signs of thinning slightly, though it continues to maintain its gentle hold on the village. Shapes become a bit more defined without losing their dreamlike quality. Edges grow slightly sharper without becoming harsh. This gradual transition speaks to the morning's essential character. Change that happens gently, revelation that comes gradually, beauty that emerges slowly like flowers opening to receive the sun. A cart loaded with firewood rumbles past on the high street, its wheels creating a gentle percussion against the cobblestones. The driver whistles a tune that speaks of contentment with honest work, of satisfaction that comes from providing something essential for community comfort. The wood he carries will warm hearths throughout the village, creating the kind of abundance that grows stronger when shared rather than hoarded. The cat stretches luxuriously, then settles back into its comfortable position at Thomas's feet. The dog, not to be outdone, performs its own stretching ritual before curling up on the grass with the satisfaction of a creature that has found the perfect spot for a late morning nap. Both animals seem affected by the mist's peaceful influence, their usual territorial concerns muted by the fog's gentle magic. A group of women passes by, their conversation flowing like a gentle stream as they discuss the day's plans, the week's events, the small dramas and celebrations that mark village life. Their voices carry clearly through the still air, adding to the sense of community that makes places like Chipping Marsden feel less like mere addresses and more like extended families bound together by choice rather than accident. Thomas listens to their conversation fade into the mist, feeling connected to the larger web of relationships that sustain villages like this one. Even in solitude, he is part of something larger, linked by invisible threads to all the souls who have chosen to make their lives in this valley, where prosperity grew as slowly and surely as the lichen on ancient church walls. The church bell chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice now joined by the distant sound of children at play, their laughter echoing from the schoolyard where Miss Fletcher has declared a recess despite the misty weather. The sound carries pure joy, the particular happiness that children find in unexpected freedoms, in mornings that feel magical enough to justify abandoning normal schedules. A milk cow lows from somewhere beyond the village, its voice carrying through the mist like a gentle reminder of the agricultural abundance that sustains communities like this one. The sound speaks of green pastures hidden in the fog, of barns warm with animal presence, of the eternal partnership between human ambition and natural generosity that created the wealth these stone villages still display. Thomas rises from his bench, the dog and cat both stirring at his movement, but choosing to remain in their comfortable spots beneath the oak tree. He has shared this peaceful interlude with them, and now they seem content to continue their morning's contemplation without human company. The sight of them settling back into restful positions fills him with gentle satisfaction, proof that some forms of community transcend species, that peace shared multiplies rather than diminishes. The mist swirls around him as he begins to walk once more, following paths that lead deeper into the village's gentle mysteries. Each step takes him further into the fog's embrace. Each turn reveals new glimpses of cottage gardens, where late flowers bloom despite the approaching winter, where herb gardens release their ancient fragrances into the morning air. A robin calls from somewhere in the white silence, its liquid song adding to the morning's gentle symphony. The sound seems to follow him as he walks, as if the bird has appointed itself guardian of his continued exploration. This companionship, wordless but warm, adds to the sense of belonging that makes even solitary walks feel like communion with kindred spirits. He passes a cottage where smoke rises from the chimney in a straight column that disappears into the mist like a prayer made visible. The sight speaks of hearths being lit, of families gathering around tables where simple abundance creates the foundation for lasting happiness. This smoke carries with it the promise of warmth, of shelter, of the basic securities that allow human hearts to expand beyond mere survival into appreciation, creativity, and love. The church bell chimes noon, its bronze voice floating through the mist with the authority of centuries. The sound marks not just the passage of time, but the eternal rhythms that govern village life. The call to midday meals shared with family, the pause for reflection that divides morning's work from afternoon's continuation. The moment when communities throughout the Cotswolds acknowledge their place in the larger story that unfolds beneath ancient skies. Thomas finds himself drawn toward Penny Lane, a narrow pathway that winds behind the main cottages, where kitchen gardens flourish in neat rows and washing lines hang heavy with linens that smell of lavender and sunshine despite the misty morning. Here, the fog seems even more intimate, wrapping around garden gates and clotheslines like a gentle embrace that transforms everyday domestic scenes into tableaux from some pastoral dream. The first garden he encounters belongs to Mrs. Weatherly, the village seamstress, whose fingers have stitched wedding gowns and christening robes for 3 generations of Chipping Marsden families. Her garden reflects the same attention to detail that marks her needlework. Each vegetable row perfectly aligned, each herb bed carefully tended, each flower border planned with an artist's eye for colour and form. Even in the mist, the garden's careful geometry speaks of hands that understand the marriage between beauty and utility that marks true Cotswold prosperity. A greenhouse emerges from the fog like a crystal palace in miniature, its glass panes beaded with moisture that catches and refracts what little light filters through the mist. Inside, Thomas can glimpse tomato vines heavy with late fruit, herbs growing in careful abundance, seedlings preparing for next spring's garden. This small structure represents everything the Cotswolds understood about wealth: the patient cultivation of resources, the extension of growing seasons through ingenuity, the creation of abundance through careful planning rather than sudden windfall. Mrs. Weatherly herself appears at her back door, shaking out a tea towel with movements as precise as her stitching. She notices Thomas at her garden gate and calls out, "Mr. Hartwell, what a morning for a contemplative walk! I've been watching the mist transform my garden into something from a fairy tale. Even my practical cabbages look mysterious, shrouded in fog." Her laughter ripples through the misty air, warm and genuine, adding to the morning's gentle symphony of human connection. This is prosperity as the Cotswolds understood it. Not isolation behind high walls, but open gates that welcome neighbours. Not competition, but cooperation. Not the hoarding of beauty, but its generous sharing with anyone wise enough to appreciate it. "Your garden always looks magical, Mrs. Weatherly," Thomas replies, his voice carrying genuine admiration for the care evident in every corner of her plot. But I must agree, the mist does add something special. It's as if the fog has decided to show us that even the most familiar places can surprise us when we take time to see them properly. She nods enthusiastically, her eyes bright with the particular satisfaction that comes from work well done and beauty carefully cultivated. That's exactly it. I've been tending this same plot for 40 years, but this morning I found myself noticing details I'd somehow overlooked. The way dewdrops collect on spiderwebs strung between my bean poles, how the mist makes my greenhouse glow like a lantern. She gestures toward her garden with pride tempered by humility, understanding that her role is partnership, rather than domination, stewardship rather than ownership. The conversation flows easily between them, two souls connected by shared appreciation for the morning's gentle magic. Mrs. Weatherly speaks of her plans for preserving the last of the season's harvest, of seeds she's saving for next spring's planting, of the eternal cycle of growth and renewal that governs both gardens and communities. Her words carry the wisdom that comes from decades of working with soil and seasons, of understanding that true abundance comes to those patient enough to plant for tomorrow, rather than consume only today's plenty. A robin lands on a nearby fence post, its red breast bright even in the muted light, its liquid song adding to their conversation like a third voice in the discussion. The bird regards them with one bright eye, apparently deciding that their gentle talk poses no threat to its morning foraging. This moment of interspecies harmony speaks to something fundamental about villages like Chipping Marsden, places where humans have learned to live as part of the larger web of life rather than separate from it. Thomas takes his leave with mutual expressions of goodwill, Mrs. Weatherly's warmth following him like sunshine as he continues down Penny Lane. The path winds between more gardens, each one revealing glimpses of the careful cultivation that sustains rural communities. Espalier fruit trees trained against stone walls, herb gardens where sage and rosemary release their ancient fragrances, cold frames protecting tender seedlings from the approaching winter's chill. The lane curves past the cooper's workshop, where Mr. Davies has spent 50 years crafting barrels that hold everything from ale to apple cider, from pickled vegetables to pressed flowers. The building emerges from the mist like something from an earlier century, its stone walls dark with age, its windows glowing with the warm light of fires kept burning for the delicate work of bending wood to human purposes. The scent of oak shavings drifts from the workshop's open door, mingling with the clean smell of mist to create an olfactory symphony that speaks of craftsmanship preserved across generations. This workshop represents everything valuable about Cotswold prosperity. Skills passed down through family lines, tools shaped by countless repetitions. The transformation of raw materials into objects both beautiful and useful through patient mastery rather than mechanical reproduction. Young Timothy Davies appears in the doorway, his leather apron dusted with wood shavings, his hands already showing the calluses that mark his apprenticeship in his father's trade. He waves to Thomas with the easy friendliness that characterises village life, his gesture releasing the scent of wood and honest labour into the misty morning air. Fine morning for thinking, Mr. Hartwell. Timothy calls, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who has found his calling early and embraced it completely. Father says the mist makes the wood more cooperative. Something about the moisture content making it easier to bend. I can't say I understand the science, but I know the barrels we're shaping this morning seem to accept their curves more gracefully than usual. This observation speaks to the deep knowledge that sustains traditional crafts. Understanding that goes beyond mere technique to encompass the subtle relationships between materials and weather, between human intention and natural cooperation. Timothy's words carry the wisdom of generations who worked with wood, who understood that the finest craftsmanship comes from partnership with materials rather than domination over them. The sound of hammer on wood emerges from the workshop's interior, a rhythmic percussion that speaks of Mr. Davies Sr. at work on some project that requires the perfect marriage of strength and delicacy. This sound has echoed from this same building for over a century, connecting present work to past mastery, proving that some forms of wealth cannot be measured in coins, but only in the continuity of skill and the satisfaction that comes from creating something both beautiful and useful. Thomas continues down the lane, the cooper's rhythmic hammering fading gradually into the mist's gentle embrace. The path leads him past more workshops and cottage industries. The potter's shed where clay vessels wait for firing, the weaver's cottage where wool becomes cloth through patient manipulation of warp and weft. The candlemaker's shop where beeswax transforms into light through processes unchanged since medieval times. Each building tells a story of prosperity built on skill rather than speculation, of wealth created through the transformation of local materials by hands that understood their craft as both livelihood and calling. These workshops represent the economic foundation that made villages like Chipping Marsden possible. Not the extraction of resources for distant markets, but the creation of value through local labour. Not the pursuit of maximum profit, but the cultivation of sustainable abundance. The lane opens suddenly onto a small square dominated by an ancient market cross, its carved stone weathered smooth by centuries of rain and wind. This cross once marked the centre of weekly markets where farmers brought their surplus, craftsmen displayed their wares, and merchants from distant towns came to trade in the wool that made the Cotswolds prosperous. Now it stands quietly in the mist, a patient reminder of the commercial energy that once pulsed through these streets. A few market stalls still operate here on Saturdays, Thomas remembers. Mrs. Pemberton selling eggs from her free-range hens, the Hartley brothers offering vegetables from their family farm, young Sarah Mitchell displaying the preserves she makes from fruit grown in her mother's orchard. These small enterprises continue the tradition of local commerce that sustained communities long before the rise of distant factories and faceless corporations. The mist swirls around the market cross, creating eddies and currents that make the ancient stones appear and disappear like memories half recalled. Thomas settles onto a worn bench beside the cross, feeling connected to all the souls who have conducted business here, who have built their livelihoods on the patient exchange of goods and services that create the foundation for larger community life. A church clock chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice floating across the small square like a blessing made audible. The sound carries with it all the history of this place, the countless market days when these stones rang with the voices of buyers and sellers, the gradual shift from medieval commerce to modern convenience, the eternal human story that unfolds wherever people gather to exchange the fruits of their labour. A cat appears from behind the market cross, padding across the cobblestones, with the easy confidence of a creature that knows its place in the community. It pauses to investigate Thomas, apparently deciding that his peaceful presence poses no threat to its morning patrol. The cat settles nearby, beginning an elaborate grooming ritual that speaks of complete contentment with the world as it finds it. This feline companion reminds Thomas of the animals that have always been part of village life. Working cats that kept granaries free of mice, loyal dogs that helped shepherd flocks, horses and oxen that provided the power for cultivation and transportation. These partnerships between human and animal represent another form of Cotswold prosperity. Wealth created through cooperation rather than domination. Abundance achieved through understanding rather than exploitation. The mist begins to show subtle signs of change, though it maintains its gentle hold on the village. Light seems to penetrate slightly deeper. Shapes grow marginally more defined. The morning's mysterious quality remains, but gains a hint of the clarity that will eventually transform fog into sunshine. This gradual transition speaks to the morning's essential character. Revelation that comes slowly. Beauty that emerges gradually like flowers opening to receive the sun. A horse and cart materialise from Forge Lane, moving at the unhurried pace that marks true leisure rather than mere transportation. The driver nods to Thomas as they pass, a gesture that carries with it all the courtesy that makes village life pleasant. The cart carries sacks of grain bound for the miller's attention, another link in the chain of transformation that turns raw materials into sustenance for community life. The horse's hooves create a gentle percussion against the cobblestones, a rhythm so familiar it seems like the heartbeat of village life itself. This sound has echoed through these streets for centuries, connecting present commerce to past tradition, proving that some forms of progress measure success not in speed but in sustainability, not in efficiency, but in the preservation of rhythms that serve both human need and animal welfare. Young Emily Foster emerges from Seamstress Lane carrying a bundle wrapped in clean cloth. She moves with the particular grace that marks young women who have learned useful skills early, who understand their place in the community's continuing story. Her bundle likely contains finished needlework bound for delivery to customers who appreciate the difference between machine production and handcrafted beauty. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hartwell," she calls, her voice bright with the particular enthusiasm young people bring to productive work. Lovely day for deliveries, though I must say the mist made my navigation rather adventurous. I took 2 wrong turns before finding Mrs. Patterson's cottage, though I can't say I minded the extra wandering. Everything looks so magical wrapped in fog. Her words carry genuine delight in the morning's atmospheric transformation, proof that wonder is not limited to the elderly, but can be found in any heart wise enough to appreciate beauty wherever it appears. Emily represents the future of villages like Chipping Marsden young people, who choose to remain in their native place, who find their calling in traditional skills, who understand that some forms of wealth cannot be measured in coins, but only in the satisfaction that comes from work well done and community well served. The conversation flows easily between generations, Thomas finding in Emily's enthusiasm a reflection of his own appreciation for the morning's gentle magic. She speaks of her plans to expand her needlework business, of techniques she's learning from older craftswomen, of the eternal cycle of skill transmission that keeps traditional arts alive in modern times. Her words carry hope for the future, proof that some forms of prosperity transcend changing fashions to serve enduring human needs. A robin calls from somewhere in the mist, its liquid song adding to their conversation like a musical accompaniment. The sound seems to follow Emily as she continues her deliveries, disappearing back into the fog with the same grace that marked her arrival. Thomas watches her go, feeling enriched by the encounter, reminded once again that prosperity includes not just material comfort, but the wealth that comes from being surrounded by souls who choose to find purpose in productive work. The market cross stands patient in its circle of mist, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of commercial life that has sustained this village for centuries. Thomas imagines all the transactions that have taken place in its shadow, medieval farmers selling surplus grain, Tudor merchants negotiating for wool, Victorian craftsmen displaying their wares, modern villagers continuing the ancient tradition of local exchange. Each transaction represents more than mere commerce. It is communion between neighbours, the strengthening of social bonds through mutual benefit, the creation of prosperity through cooperation rather than competition. The market cross reminds him that wealth at its finest is not a zero-sum game where one person's gain requires another's loss, but a rising tide that lifts all boats when communities understand their interconnectedness. A church bell chimes 1 o'clock, its bronze voice floating across the market square with the authority of centuries. The sound carries with it all the comfort of ritual, of rhythms that transcend individual lives, of the eternal human search for meaning that finds expression in bronze and stone, in gathering together, in the shared acknowledgement that some things matter more than the daily struggle for material advantage. A group of children appears from School Lane, their voices bright with the particular freedom that comes from lessons completed and afternoon play beginning. They carry slate boards and lunch pails, but their movements speak of energy temporarily contained, of young spirits ready to explore the mysterious possibilities that misty afternoons provide. Their laughter echoes against the stone buildings, a sound so pure and joyful that even the mist seems to swirl more gently in response. These children represent the continuity that makes villages like Chipping Marsden possible. Young minds being shaped not just with knowledge but with values, learning not just facts and figures, but the importance of treating neighbours with kindness, of taking pride in honest work, of understanding their place in the community that will someday depend on their stewardship. Thomas watches them scatter toward various afternoon adventures, their voices fading into the mist but their energy lingering in the air like the echo of bells. He remembers his own childhood in these same streets, when the world seemed infinite in its possibilities, when every misty afternoon promised discoveries waiting just beyond the next cottage garden, or around the next cobblestone corner. The mist continues its slow dance around the market square, sometimes revealing glimpses of cottage windows glowing with afternoon candlelight, sometimes concealing them again behind its gentle veil. This dance has continued for countless afternoons, will continue for countless more, a reminder that some forms of beauty are not events but processes, not destinations but journeys, not achievements, but the simple gift of being present to wonder wherever and whenever it chooses to appear. A milk cow lows from somewhere beyond the village, its voice carrying through the mist like a gentle reminder of the agricultural abundance that sustains communities like this one. The sound speaks of green pastures hidden in the fog, of barns warm with animal presence, of the eternal partnership between human ambition and natural generosity that created the wealth these stone villages still display in their honey-coloured walls and carefully tended gardens. The scent of wood smoke grows stronger as more cottage chimneys join the afternoon, chorus, each one adding its voice to the complex fragrance that speaks of hearth and home. This smoke carries with it the promise of warmth, of shelter, of the basic securities that allow human hearts to expand beyond mere survival into appreciation, creativity, and the kind of love that chooses to find its happiness in simple pleasures shared with kindred spirits. Thomas rises from his bench beside the market cross, drawn by the continuing mysteries that wait in the mist-wrapped lanes of his beloved village. The path before him winds toward the river, where the old mill wheel turns in eternal rhythm, where willows trail their branches in water that reflects the sky like pewter polished to mirror brightness. The river path emerges gradually from the fog, its surface worn smooth by countless feet, walking countless journeys between village and mill, between the domestic sphere of cottage life and the productive energy of grain transformed into flour through the patient marriage of water power and human ingenuity. This path represents connection, not just physical transportation, but the invisible threads that bind community members together through mutual dependence and shared purpose. The sound of flowing water grows stronger as he approaches the mill, a gentle murmur that speaks of countless mornings like this one, when mist rises from the stream's surface like the breath of sleeping water spirits. The mill building emerges from the fog like a monument to the partnership between human ambition and natural force, its stone walls dark with age, its great wheel turning with the same patient rhythm that has powered rural communities for centuries. The mill wheel itself appears and disappears in the mist like some great wooden prayer wheel, its motion creating gentle ripples that catch and scatter what little light filters through the fog. Each turn represents the transformation that made Cotswold prosperity possible. Grain becoming flour, raw material becoming sustenance, individual effort becoming community abundance through the multiplication that occurs when human skill partners with natural power. Miller Griffiths emerges from the mill building, his clothes dusted with flour, his hands stained with the honest labour that feeds communities. He waves to Thomas with genuine pleasure, his gesture releasing a small cloud of flour dust that mingles with the mist like fairy dust made visible. His presence speaks to the essential workers who sustain village life, not the dramatic heroes of grand narratives, but the quiet souls whose daily labour creates the foundation upon which larger dreams can build. "Afternoon, Mr. Hartwell," the miller calls, his voice carrying easily across the water. Perfect weather for milling, though I must say the mist makes everything feel rather magical. The grain seems to flow more smoothly today, as if it's responding to the gentle atmosphere. Even my old wheel sounds different, more musical somehow. This observation speaks to the deep knowledge that sustains traditional crafts, understanding that goes beyond mere technique to encompass the subtle relationships between materials and weather, between human intention and natural cooperation. Miller Griffith's words carry the wisdom of generations who worked with grain and water, who understood that the finest results come from partnership with natural forces rather than domination over them. The mill pond stretches away into the mist, its surface disturbed only by ducks paddling quietly among the reeds and the occasional rise of a fish seeking afternoon sustenance among the water insects. The pond reflects the sky like a mirror made of pewter, its surface catching and scattering light in patterns that seem to change, even as Thomas watches, proof that some forms of beauty exist only in the moment of observation, can never be captured or possessed, but only experienced with grateful hearts. A heron stands motionless among the reeds, so perfectly still it seems like a sculpture carved from mist and memory. The great bird represents patience incarnate, proof that the finest rewards often come to those willing to wait, to watch, to remain alert to opportunities that reveal themselves only to those who understand the rhythms of natural abundance. Its presence adds to the pond's sense of timeless peace, the feeling that this place exists outside the hurried concerns of modern life. The church bell chimes the quarter hour, its bronze voice floating across the water like a blessing made audible. The sound seems to awaken other voices, a blackbird calling from somewhere in the willows, a sheep bleating from a field hidden in the mist, the gentle lowing of cattle being led to afternoon pasture. These sounds create a symphony of rural life that speaks to the connections between all living things, the web of interdependence that sustains communities like Chipping Marsden. Thomas settles onto a wooden bench beside the mill pond, feeling the peace of flowing water wash over him like balm for concerns he didn't realise he was carrying. Here, surrounded by the evidence of patient labour and natural abundance, he finds the kind of contentment that cannot be purchased with coins, but only earned through attention, through appreciation, through the willingness to find wealth in wonder rather than worry. The mist continues its gentle dance above the water's surface, creating shapes that form and dissolve like thoughts just beyond the edge of consciousness. A family of ducks paddles past, their soft quacking adding to the pond's gentle symphony, their movements creating ripples that spread in ever-widening circles until they reach the bank where Thomas sits in quiet contemplation. A water vole appears among the reeds, its small brown form moving with cautious efficiency as it goes about the business of survival in its aquatic world. The creature's presence speaks to the abundance that thrives when human activity operates in harmony with natural systems, when prosperity is understood as something that includes, rather than excludes, the welfare of other species. The mill wheel continues its eternal turning, each revolution grinding grain into flour that will become bread that will sustain families through another day of rural life. This process represents the heart of Cotswold prosperity. The transformation of local resources through skilled labour into products that serve essential human needs. The creation of value through patient work rather than financial speculation. A group of women appears on the path from the village, carrying baskets and conversing with the easy intimacy that marks long friendship. They move with the unhurried pace that characterises afternoon activities in places like Chipping Marsden, their voices adding to the gentle symphony of human connection that makes mere collections of houses into something more precious. Communities where souls find both shelter and sustenance for all the needs that cannot be met by bread alone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hartwell," calls Mrs. Thornfield, the doctor's wife, her voice warm with genuine pleasure at the encounter. "We're bound for the bramble patches beyond the mill, hoping to gather the last of the season's blackberries before the frost claims them. Would you care to join our expedition? Many hands make light work, and the mist makes everything feel rather like a treasure hunt." Her invitation carries the generosity that characterises village life at its finest. The understanding that shared labour creates not just efficiency but joy, that some activities become more pleasurable when undertaken in company. The prospect of blackberry gathering speaks to the seasonal rhythms that govern rural communities, the understanding that natural abundance comes to those wise enough to harvest it at the proper time. Thomas considers the invitation with genuine appreciation, touched by the thoughtfulness that remembers his love for such simple expeditions. "That's very kind, Mrs. Thornfield, but I think I'll remain here a bit longer, enjoying the mill pond's peaceful company, though I do hope your gathering proves fruitful. There's something magical about blackberries picked on misty afternoons." The women continue their journey with mutual expressions of goodwill, disappearing into the mist like benevolent spirits bound for some seasonal ritual that connects present abundance to future sustenance. Their voices fade gradually, but their warmth lingers in the air like the scent of ripening fruit, adding to the sense of community that makes places like Chipping Marsden feel less like mere addresses and more like extended families bound together by choice rather than accident. The mill pond stretches away into the mist, its far shore invisible but somehow felt, like a presence just beyond the reach of vision. Water striders dance across the surface tension, their delicate steps creating tiny ripples that remind Thomas of how the smallest actions can have far-reaching effects. In the Cotswolds, this truth was understood in every aspect of life. A kind word creating ripples of goodwill, a well-tended garden inspiring neighbours to greater beauty, a prosperous mill providing work and sustenance that strengthened the entire community. A swan appears from the mist, gliding across the pond's surface with the serene majesty that has made these birds symbols of grace and beauty for countless generations. Its white plumage seems to glow against the grey water, creating a vision so striking that Thomas finds himself holding his breath, afraid that any movement might break the spell that has transformed an ordinary afternoon into something approaching the miraculous. The swan's presence speaks to the kind of prosperity the Cotswolds understood best, not the frantic accumulation of possessions, but the patient cultivation of conditions that allow beauty to flourish naturally. This bird has chosen to make its home here because the mill pond provides everything it needs: clean water, abundant food, peaceful surroundings that allow for the kind of graceful living that becomes possible when basic needs are met and beauty is valued alongside utility. A church bell chimes 2 o'clock, its bronze voice floating across the water with the authority of centuries. The sound carries with it all the comfort of ritual, of rhythms that connect present moments to past traditions, of the eternal human search for meaning that finds expression in the simple act of marking time's passage with bronze and beauty. The mist continues its gentle dance, wrapping the village in dreams made visible, reminding all who witness its magic that some forms of beauty cannot be possessed, only experienced, and that the finest treasures are often those that cost nothing except the willingness to open our hearts to wonder, wherever and whenever it chooses to appear. As Thomas finds his way back to his cottage door, the mist still swirling softly around the honeystone walls, he carries with him all the peace this morning has offered, the gentle wisdom of ancient oaks, the warmth of neighbours' greetings, the simple abundance of fresh bread shared with friends both human and feline. The village settles into its midday rhythms, but the magic of the misty morning lingers, woven into memory like threads of silver and gold, and perhaps, dear listener, as you rest here in your own peaceful place, you too can carry some of that Cotswold serenity with you. The understanding that prosperity lies not in what we gather, but in what we notice, not in the speed of our lives, but in the depth of our appreciation for small wonders. Let the mist of this gentle story wrap around your thoughts, softening the edges of worry, transforming the familiar landscape of sleep into something altogether more magical. The owl's final call echoes once more through the dreaming air, a soft benediction that carries you toward your own peaceful rest. In villages like Chipping Marsden, in moments wrapped in mist and memory, we discover that the finest journeys are often those that lead us gently home, to sleep, to dreams, to the quiet understanding that sometimes the most beautiful destinations are the ones we find simply by choosing to walk more slowly through the world. Sleep well, gentle traveller. Let the cobblestones of dreams carry you safely through the night, and may you wake tomorrow with some small piece of that Cotswold peace still shining softly in your heart. And that brings us to the end of our gentle stroll through misty Chipping Marsden. If this tale helped carry you toward peaceful rest, I'd love to hear about it in the comments below. Where did this story find you? What moments of simple beauty have you discovered in your own corner of the world? Until next time, sweet dreams from What If Sleepstorian, where every whispered tale is an invitation to wander gently toward wonder,